Representative Sanchez and Representative Figueroa to this committee. You guys, I think, struck the lottery when they assigned you to this committee. So count yourselves lucky. I think this is one of the best committees that we have here in the state. So welcome to the meeting. And with that, we'll get started right away. And the first item on the agenda is a House resolution for review of Gregory Daniels of West Hartford to be the executive director of the state's Contracting Standards Board. Good morning. Right in the middle. Yep. Oh, there's a seat. Yes, absolutely. Good morning, Mr. Daniels.
Good morning.
Before you begin, if you can just raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours, sir.
Sure. Good morning, Chairman Duff and Concepcion, Vice Chairman Looney and Godfrey, Ranking Members Kelly, Yark, and Yark Carino, and distinguished members of the Committee on Executive and Legislative Nominations. My name's Greg Daniels. I'm the governor's nominee for the State Contracting Standards Board new executive director. I'd like to begin my testimony for thanking the co-chairs and legislative leaders for this opportunity to testify before you today and for scheduling this hearing. I'd also like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to serve as the next executive director for the State Contracting Board. It's an honor to be with you today. I'd like to take a brief moment to just talk a little bit about my qualifications, as well as the work the board's doing along with our new staff to meet the mission of the board. So it's been a privilege for me to be a public servant, serving Connecticut citizens for almost 24 years, all touching on different aspects of procurement. From working at the watchdog agency, the Freedom of Information Commission, many years ago as a land specialist responsible for buying goods and services related to technology, to working as the interim associate vice president at Connecticut, well, not Connecticut State, but University of Connecticut. I've held various roles, and in that capacity, I've seen some of the challenges faced by public procurement professionals. It's been very challenging, and my thought is that I bring a sense of experience that will make a difference for the Connecticut taxpayers in terms of implementing standards that will make a difference and meet the mission of the board. With me today are board members, our chair, Larry Fotts, and our exceptional team. The Appropriations Committee fortunately funded our staff, and so we have a full staff of 6 people who are exceptional. We've hit the ground running, and I'm excited for this opportunity, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniels, and congratulations on your nomination. Let's just start there on the staff side. You know, how large is your staff? I know it used to be just the executive director. So as you pointed out gladly that the appropriations made the right call on extending, yourself with some staff. So what's the staff and what are their priorities and responsibilities?
Currently, there's 6 staff members. We have an account examiner, and I could go through the list of names. I would like to recognize them, but I know we're short on time, but we have a trainer, account examiner, chief procurement officer, research analyst, and myself as well. And we're strangely enough, all new to this role. A lot of what we're dealing with are new issues in the sense of being in a position to set standards. And trying to define the parameters of what the board can do under the statute. And I'm just elated at the talent on this staff, and I think we're going to do great things for the state of Connecticut.
I agree. Let's step back just a little bit, and can you just touch on in high level what the board does? You know, it's particularly for some of our newer committee members, and just for, you know, anybody that might be watching that doesn't know what the role of the contracting standards board is.
The board's the state's watchdog agency for procurement and contracting matters. We work and set standards for procurement and contracting. And we collaborate with the Department of Administrative Services as well as the Office of Policy Management on these matters.
And then I know, I believe it was your chairperson testified, I think it was at the Appropriations Committee, that the board's long-term goal was to centralize the state's procurement functions using technology and all that stuff. Can you just touch on what you see as kind of short-term and long-term goals are for the board?
Sure. Short term, particularly, we've reached out with our counterparts at DAS and OPM to really get a sense of what the universe of contracting and procurement vehicles that are out there, trying to figure out the guardrails, what our role is and where does it end. In addition to that, we're working with prioritizing our training. And what we'd like to do is have a training certification program in which we actually not only train, but also have a repository of information for state procurement professionals, so that they're able to have a source where they can, if you're in the judicial, or if you're in the executive branch, or if you kind of have a sense of where to go for the standards in procurement and contracting.
And then just my last question, for at least for the time being, and I know you mentioned UConn, which is near and dear to my heart. Can you just talk a little bit about what your roles were at the University of Connecticut and how that translates into what you're doing now?
Sure. I was the former director of procurement, contracting, and compliance for the University of Connecticut for approximately 4 years. During that time, I believe it was about a month before the pandemic, I was appointed as the interim associate vice president for and chief procurement officer for UConn at a very challenging time. But we were one of a fraction of agencies that were able to open, institutions that were able to open up that fall of 2020 with the appropriate PPE and safety guardrails established by our university leaders.
Great. I might have another question or two, but I'll open it up to committee members, and just want to congratulate you again for your nomination. Open it up to my committee, starting with Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you for testifying, and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Regarding to the Connecticut Port Authority, I sit on the bonding committee, ranking member of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding, as well as the Bonding Commission itself. So, we were sold on this project that started out at $91 million, and then it quickly rose to $150 million, then 235, then 255, and now there's another change order coming in, an additional request for bonding. I realize that I think in the implementer, I'm not sure exactly if we gave authority to your agency, but can you speak to this a little bit as to what we did in the implementer specifically? I guess regarding the oversight of the procurement.
I don't have that in front of me at the moment, but it's my understanding that our authority is to manage contested issues like this and investigate such issues. While I can't talk about the specifics of the actual investigation, I can assure you that we have a committee devoted to public-private partnerships, and we're addressing some of these issues through an appropriate process in accordance with the UAPA.
So are we expecting some type of report coming from your board as
Correct.
to, I guess, how we got ourselves into this dilemma, for lack of better, maybe the right word, and not so aggressive, I guess.
Yes, we're working through that. As you may know, there are other agencies involved, particularly at the federal level, exploring some of what's happened here. And so we're being very careful not to overstep as well.
So can we be expecting recommendations coming out of your board we gave a lot of latitude to the Port Authority. Do you see us reining in some of that authority with other quasis?
That's something that the board's looking at, and we've talked about it as late as our last strategic board meeting about a month ago, and we're devising. The subcommittee is working on steps and processes to address these issues. So
I'm assuming one of them is not to allow and I don't know how this would happen, but a contractor to bid against other contractors and allow them to perform the work as a construction manager, I guess, right?
Yeah.
To allow their company to do work on that job.
It's my understanding that there's a bill currently
That will be addressing that.
that will be addressing that.
Okay.
But we did not. It's my understanding also that we didn't introduce that bill, but
Okay.
but we don't.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions for committee members? I see my Rep. Yacarino online. Wasn't sure if you had anything.
I apologize for getting on late, Mr. Chair. And no, I maybe if we come back, I just need a second to get settled in with my computer.
Sure, no problem. Senator Duff.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just pulling into the garage right now, so apologies for not being there, getting there a little bit late. Thank you and good morning. And congratulations on your nomination. The State Contracting Review Board has been around for quite a while, and there's been a lot of back and forth on that between the executive branch and the legislative branch, covering a couple of administrations. There were concerns that the review board would delay process, but you used the word collaboration. So I just wanted to get a better understanding of kind of your role in the process of working to collaborate and oversee, and yet and not slow down projects or the process.
I think, and I don't want to speak for all of our board members, but it's my understanding that our job is not only to provide oversight, but to collaborate, to resolve some of these issues, to establish best standards for the state of Connecticut. We ultimately want to see, and we firmly believe, including our new team, we've all expressed the same sentiments, which is why I'm so excited to be working with them. But that Connecticut can be best in class in procurement. And that would include the standards and best practices and the resources to make that happen. And so it's my expectation that I will be working in that capacity to make that happen. And I think that's the expectation of the board of me.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Have you set up the process yet, or is that still kind of ongoing because everybody's so new?
We're all new and we're eager, but there are 6 of us, and we're actually still working through some of the basic administrative things like getting printers set up.
When do you feel like you'll be at a point where you're functioning at the level where you would expect to be functioning?
We've set some aggressive goals. That way, for a year from now, we can come back to the legislature with some aggressive wins and really point to some successes that we've accomplished over the past over the next year. So I'm hopeful. One of the things that we're doing is hoping to work and establish the advisory panel and vendor advisory panel under our statute. There's a panel that our Chief Procurement Officer, John Longman, is responsible for working with leaders, legislative leaders, and the executive branch on getting appointments so that they can weigh in on best practices and how the state should move forward. So it's something that's on our agenda. But I think primarily getting our education learning management system up and going and getting the resources to the procurement professionals is very important to us.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll see you literally in probably about 30 seconds and I'll pass it back to my co-chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Representative Vaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I apologize for being late. Congratulations, sir, on your appointment. On the state contracting board, could you just educate me a little as far as the procurement? We'll be working with all like DAS and all the contracting boards of our state. And you mentioned best practices. Could you maybe elaborate a little on that, please?
Sure. Right now, the state's fairly decentralized in the sense that while there's procurement authority vested in agencies like DAS, as well as the legislative branch in different areas, we are essentially decentralized. And what we'd like to do is be a central hub for establishing certain standards as to what public agencies and public institutions in the state should be doing in terms of protecting the best interests of the citizens of Connecticut. So it is it's ongoing. We're trying to define the parameters of those best practices. Our Chief Procurement Officer has years of experience in, I believe, the defense industry for the federal government. And so we're hopeful, and we've got a fascinating team. I could talk days about.
I wish I was there, sorry.
Yeah, but we really are trying to establish some benchmarks and really make Connecticut best in class. And that doesn't happen in a vacuum, not just with us. It has to be with collaboration from other agencies and not just dictating what should be happening, teaching, learning, collaborating. So
I appreciate that. So obviously your umbrella will be stretching through pretty much many of the agencies, but I would think primarily through DAS and any state building contracts or projects. Is that correct?
yes, in fact, we just met with the Chief Procurement Officer, Gene Burke, yesterday. We have a great rapport with Gene, and our hope is that moving forward, we'll be able to build greater relationships with other stakeholders across the state to do the same.
I really appreciate your answers. I'd love to meet you in person eventually. I'm generally there. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it, but I'd love to sit down with you again. And I thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir, for your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Greg. So if I'm hearing you, so your team is assembling and developing procedures for what the state should be doing to procure whatever it may be. And then are we going to be, you're also charged with the task of training those agencies, those that I believe do the purchasing at their end or contracting at their end. And are we going to be allowing them to sort of still be sort of particularly quasis, sort of let them be after the training, or does it come back to you for your final blessings for the final procurement? I hate to put another level on because, the idea behind the quasis was sort of to speed things up. And I know, Connecticut Port Authority not Connecticut Port Authority, but the Airport Authority does a great job, you know, as compared to the Connecticut Port Authority. So, you know, we're trying to fix something here. So how do you see this being played out, I guess?
I believe that in terms of the training particularly, I don't think we're restricted to any government agency within the state who's interested in establishing best practice, whether they're with the legislative branch or we're more than happy to work with them. But we have a statutory duty to certify particularly agencies within the executive branch. Obviously, any other agencies who want to participate to the extent we have the capacity to do so, we'll welcome it.
When you say, can you explain certify?
There's a certification requirement within our statute for learning and certain contracting standards. Because we have not had staff up until this past fiscal year, well, funding for staff, and now as of January, a staff, we haven't had the infrastructure or the resource to be able to get much of this off the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to this committee. And congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Going over your resume under your professional experience as the Director of Procurement, Contracts and Compliance, are you still employed?
With the state, with UConn?
Yes.
No.
You're, okay. You're no longer there.
No.
Okay, so you are actually in the current position that you are seeking for this
Correct.
nomination. So you already have some kind of experience within
Yes.
the committee itself. Okay, so I just have a quick question for you. How would you apply your previous experiences to this new role? Because I see you are bringing in a lot of experience, and I also recognize, Mr. Daniels, that you do have the skills and the knowledge required for this position. But I am interested in knowing, a little bit more as to what your new role, is going to bring into, and also
Sure.
what to hear your qualifications and how you will apply this.
Sure. I have a unique perspective on this, and I thank you for that, for this question. I've been on the front lines for many years with respect to procurement, so I know very intimately the challenges that public servants face with respect to lack of resources, lack of funding, and attrition from whether it's retirements or staff leaving with institutional knowledge. And so it's a strain on our public procurement professionals. So I'm hoping that with that knowledge, I'll be able to help plug some of those gaps in not only learning, but in really helping our leaders within the legislature, as well as across the state, understand some of those issues so that they can appropriate the proper resources to help solve those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from committee members? We'll just check Zoom. Seeing none, Mr. Daniels, we just have one last question. Before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governors of the state of Connecticut?
No,
Wonderful. Thank you again. Congratulations on your nomination.
thank you.
All right, moving right along, our second item on today's agenda is a Senate joint resolution for review. It is the nomination of Erin Benham of Wallingford to be a voting member of the State Board of Education. Is she with us? Oh,
Hi, Jim.
come on. All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you can do me a favor and raise your right hand, please. Do you promise to swear, swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino, and distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Erin Benham, and it is an honor and privilege to be renominated by Governor Lamont. I thank the committee for the opportunity to share my interest and desire to continue to serve as a board member on the State Board of Education. I am a wife, mother, and grandmother residing in Wallingford who spent 39 years working in the Meriden Public Schools as a classroom teacher, a department leader, and a union leader. I have collaboratively worked to launch professional learning communities, extended learning time schools, and was directly involved in the creation and implementation of the teacher evaluation system. I have served on the State Board of Education since 2014 and currently serve as the vice chairperson. During my terms on the board, I have served on the Legislation and Policy Development Committee, the Academic Standards and Assessment Committee, and I currently chair the Accountability and Support Committee. I also serve on various boards and councils as indicated in my resume. As a lifelong educator with experiences in assessments, curriculum, evaluation, and leadership, I believe I am a valuable resource to the State Board of Education. If given opportunity, I will continue to serve with the same passion and dedication I have shown through my almost decade-long board service. I thank you for your time and consideration of my nomination, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your nomination. And thank you for your willingness to continue to serve on this extremely important board. Just a couple questions on my end. I know in recent years the legislature has passed some bills encouraging really the recruitment and retention of both Latino and Black teachers here in the state. So I know here in Hartford, we have, I think, a relationship with the University of San Juan to try to get more bilingual teachers here in the state. So I guess my question is, what do you think the board's responsibilities should be in trying to address some of the gaps that we have when it comes to hiring minority teachers?
I think it should be, and it is one of our priorities as a board. Our last 5-year strategic plan, which we are currently working on our new one, working toward that very issue. We have fortunately seen some districts, like you mentioned, Hartford has come up with some great grow your own type of programs within their district, which is fabulous. We also have some other districts that we have highlighted and have come before us that have shared relationships with higher ed. I can think of East Hartford as one in particular that has a shared relationship with St. Joseph's University that does just that and encourages our students of color in particular to go into the field of education. And what a great way to do it is growing your own right from your own district.
I couldn't agree with you more. Just looking at your resume, I see that you yourself were a teacher for several years. Can you just talk a little bit about your experience?
I spent my entire career in Meriden Public Schools. I started as a high school child development teacher, went through all the cuts and transfers of the 80s and landed in middle school. And I served 30 years, finished serving 30 years at middle school. My majority of my time in middle school was a classroom teacher, 8th grade, language arts. When I retired in 2016 from the classroom, I was a reading interventionist for about the last 6 years of my career. I was also the union president for the last 12 years of my time and worked very closely with the central office staff on many initiatives that Meriden has been known for throughout the country, actually.
That's great. So thank you for your commitment in that area as well. I'm a product. My parents were both educators here in the city of Hartford, and I know how important that role is. And it's kind of speaking of which, growing up in a family of educators, when they would come home, I know there was sometimes where you can't just leave work at home and you bring it home and stress begins. What do you think the board's responsibility is when it comes to the mental health of a lot of our educators here in the state?
Well, I think, a lot of our priorities, especially since post-pandemic, has been in the social emotional learning of our students. And I think it's most important that when we talk about that we also always include our educators. That what we do for students, we should always do for our educators as well. At the beginning of the pandemic, our educators were put on pedestals that, quite frankly, in my years in education, I had never seen so highly put on a pedestal. And unfortunately, I also witnessed in the last year or two that pedestal falling. And it's unfortunate, but I think it is most important that we remember that our educators have gone through a great deal just as much as our students has.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. With that, I'll turn it over to my co-chair, Chairman Duff.
Good morning, and thank you for being here via Zoom. We had a number of Board of Ed members come to this committee over the last few years, and especially post COVID. And the question has been really trying to move past the pandemic and with education with the kids. And make sure that they have the best experience. How do you feel that your role on the State Board of Education can impact some of the policies that we have throughout the state of Connecticut, since our boards of education are all separate independent bodies?
I think the state board serves as a great resource for many of our local Board of Education. The best implementation is district, by district, but I think we serve as a very good resource in many avenues for our local boards. And I think it's most important. And I know that the staff at the education department is always there to assist our districts. And I think that's very important that relationship is there and that districts know it's there. They know that it's a reachable department that they can reach out to, whether it's a special ed issue, a remote, like we went through the remote learning time issue, just all the mandates that came out and still continue as we move forward.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bennett, for being here and your willingness to serve. I have a couple of questions. Really, are you related to Rich?
I am. That's my husband.
Oh yeah, I've known him well. He's a great guy. I've known him for many, many years. As far as I'm sure you were a teacher, correct?
I was. I
Yeah.
completely in 2019.
I think it's amazing. Will you take the time to meet with teachers or maybe even students or parents? And I know you're probably busy, but on vacation, just to get their input to bring back to the State Board of Ed.
My absolute favorite thing to do is to visit schools and meet with students, in particular, teachers. It is when I was appointed first to the board in 2014, I was still a sitting classroom teacher. And so I had that balance there, but leaving the classroom in 2016 and then retiring completely from Meriden Public Schools and AFT in 2019, this allowed me to continue that, in the weeds, as I call it, that I get to go and visit schools. And it's been great. In the last year, we've been able to do that again. During the pandemic, that was very difficult to be able to go in and talk to our students and talk to our teachers. But it is what I enjoy doing the most.
I appreciate that. And I try to do as a legislator, but also as somebody that was involved in our community for years. I think teaching is one of the most important jobs, if not the most important job in our country. But I really want to say thank you for you're willing to serve and say hello to your husband, give him my best. And I wish you all the best.
I will.
I'll see you around.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Martin, followed by Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Aaron, for being nominated to the Education Board. Aaron, I am I come from a small business environment and product of the public school system. Grew up in a construction family. Went to college, graduated, and came home and got involved in the family business. And during that time, I through my participation in a local chamber, on the board of directors, couple different times. But about 10 years ago, as a board of director member, we started hearing from the manufacturing sector that they had employees who had been with them for years and were about to retire, and that there was a gap, that there were no employees, or they lacked employees coming up from behind. And they went on to say that the students that were coming out of schools, graduating high school, were not prepared for the workforce. And that was over 10 years ago. And I see the manufacturing sector as sort of leading the way and banging the drums for the rest of the business sectors throughout the whole state. That would include the medical, finance sector, IT, the trades. I started hearing the same thing from the trades shortly after the manufacturing sector. And since then, the drums have been banging, so to speak, and many have been hearing the call, I guess, of trying to address the workforce needs with connecting them to what we need to teach while the kids are in school, from high school, as well as the trades. My question is, where I'm heading with this is your feelings, and I'll just say that I spent the summer with Senator Cigarella regarding workforce career paths and talking to stakeholders from higher ed to superintendent of schools to chamber of commerce's, businesses. And I see these pockets of apprenticeship programs that are being produced by manufacturers, the trades, as well as I see the school districts, a few that are starting to hear what we've been saying, that we need to better prepare our students for the workforce, for the jobs, good paying jobs. And they necessarily do not have to go to college, because that's sort of, well, that is what we've been saying to everyone, all our students for decades now, that to be successful, to be successful, you need to have a 4-year, 2-year college degree. My point is, I'd like you to speak a little bit on your thoughts and you've been on the board since 2014, where the board's position is on career pathways to address the workforce needs that we have throughout the state of Connecticut. Sorry for taking the long way of telling you all that, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
The board is very much in support of the career pathways, and we do have our CTEC schools that do just that. And but that is not there is 17 of those schools, but we also have some of our comprehensive high schools now getting very much involved in career pathways, to the point of bringing in partnerships and having students starting in their junior, maybe junior, as early as their junior year, with some internships, learning a field. I agree with you. College is not for everyone, and it is a change that we have seen in education that, yes, it's important and we encourage, but it really is to encourage further your education or a career path upon leaving high school, both equally important. And we do see some districts, my own district I worked in Meriden, I know has just started a workforce type of program for their students for that very reason, that have no interest in going into college, but very much want to learn a trade. So I think it is very important, and we have to expand it beyond our CTEC schools to get that done.
I'm glad to hear that. We are, what we learned throughout the summer is there are these little pockets throughout the whole state, and there are school districts that are have developed these career pathways, and they're specific towards the businesses that surround or in around those school districts, which is great. And I'd like to just encourage the Board of Education in the state here to continue that. You know, I think that's important for us to continue developing or connecting these partnerships that you mentioned to our students and exposing our students to these businesses, not only in the high school, but sort of introducing and breaking the stigma that we've created regarding how it, you know, to be successful, you got to go to college. However, the stigma that we've created regarding not going into the trades as well as manufacturing and other businesses, right, needs to be broken, so to speak. You know, and very quickly, I'd like you to give some thought, and maybe you can talk on it a little bit. There are 30% of students that do not go on to the military after graduating high school. There as well as a higher ed education, and so there's seem to be floundering a little bit. We have this workforce need. Are there discussions at your level regarding trying to tap into these students prior to leaving college, high school, and sort of entering their high school careers, and sort of not knowing what to do?
Yeah, there are, your question broke up a little bit, but I think what you're asking was that are there high schools, comprehensive high schools out there that really support our students before graduation, not before, you know, before their senior year, certainly, whether it be the military, workforce, or college. And yes, many of our schools do exactly that. There are still those career opportunity days that students are exposed to. Many school districts I know of have events at night that not only the students can attend, but the students can attend with their families, which is important to also show that there are other options for all students, especially for those students that are not necessarily engaged in their high school career. For them to look at the expectation that college is next is the only option is really wrong. That there is a lot of different options, and we want all of our students in Connecticut to leave high school with an option in place, with something that they want to pursue.
Thank you, Erin. Just one more question. In that regard, that's regarding something that we heard over the summer. Those that have developed these career pathways, that the school districts, that is, one in particular mentioned how she wished that a rubric had been in play, I guess, or there was a rubric on from the state level so that they could have been better guided. Are you aware of any, I guess, plans for a rubric to come out of the State Department of Education?
I'm not aware of any particular rubric. I know there are certainly there are requirements to meet graduations in the state of Connecticut. And I believe it was, I'm hoping I'm not saying it right, I think it was Vernon that came in front of accountability and support at one time. And they talked about their career pathways and how they were looking at coursework to really address what you were just talking about. Certain courses that would accommodate the requirement of graduation. Many of our high schools are set up with your very typical graduation courses that must be taken. And over the years, we have seen changes of certain courses that can be taken to complete that requirement. So I think that's important too, because it lets students expand their interest and responsibility and not being so cookie cutter in their selection of courses in high school.
Yeah. Thank you, Erin. I think you're correct. Helping the students realize what's inside of them, the gifts that they've been given. I think it's important for our educators to realize and to help them find those gifts. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Sanchez.
Good morning. and Congratulations on your nomination, Ms. Benham.
Good morning.
So, and thank you, Senator Martin. I really appreciate those questions. I think it's important, and I appreciate the answers. Right now, we have the magnet schools and the Montessori schools who are well funded and well supported, and I believe is an important process for that type of education. Now, with that said, our neighborhood school seems to be suffering from and struggling for funding, and also not only the funding, but the curriculum is not adequate. We have a graduation rate of students, whether it's 8th grade or from high school, and especially high school, when they leave high school, they're still at a 6th grade reading level. So what is the board and your priorities when it comes to the neighborhood schools, and how are you going to target those curriculums to address the reading issues and the writing and including the math?
Well, I think that the one that is currently being addressed now is what came through legislation, I believe last year, which is the right to read, which is what the department is right in the middle of right now. And that is addressing each district to be sure that their students are indeed getting the curriculum that will move them forward. And I think it's important to look at that. I know it's been a little controversial. You know, is it a mandate? Is it a resource? And I would hope that most districts would look at it as a good resource to really look at all our children and the success that is needed, in particular for reading.
Okay, so do you feel that the board should go back, look at the curriculum, do the study, and understand that the major factor that most of our students, especially in my neighborhoods, in the neighborhoods in the North End of Hartford and South End, the issue there is that they're not taught the phonics in order to learn how each word or syllable is pronounced. Therefore, they have the lack of reading. When they don't learn these important steps towards reading, then how are they going to write? And if they can't read or write, then they can't study any other subjects without having these basic ability. Do you feel that we should make this mandatory and incorporate it into the first 3 grades of a grammar school, and also make it mandatory in high school to bring these students back and making sure and then assuring that when they graduate, they are reading at the level or the grade that they're graduating from or at?
Well, the right to read initiative that is currently going on is a mandate for all our districts in Connecticut. They are in the process now of, I believe there are 8, and that changes. I believe there are 8 approved programs by the academic department at the State Department of Education that addresses certain reading programs that districts must start using to remedy this very problem. So in your question, it is currently a mandate, and it's referred to as right to read. And it is in the process now of some districts are applying for a waiver to continue if they feel that they've been successful in what they currently are using, but from other districts that they must move over to a program that has been vetted by the academic office at the department.
Now, with this, with these waivers, does this give them the ability to bypass due to the accreditation, for example? And so one of the issues I have is seeing students graduate or pass from one grade to the next. And this is happening because if they don't pass these students, knowing that they're not at the reading level that they should be, is because they don't want to be considered or looked upon as not a successful school. So by allowing these waivers, do you not think that this just gives them an extra time to continue passing these students? And by the way, it's been some cases where some schools will bring in A students from other schools just to bring up that grade level. So do you think that by giving the waiver, it will actually give them the opportunity to bypass this mandate?
I'm not completely familiar with exactly what the waiver entails, other than I know it's quite extensive. And I know part of it is that they simply just can't show an overall, say that, 66% of our students are reading at grade level. They really have to show, go into each subgroup of students to show that all are being successful, and really just define what they mean by success in their district. So I don't believe the waiver will be something that will be, all right, we'll sign off on this one and let them go another year. I do not think that will be the case. And I'm not even really sure at this point how many waivers have come in to the academic office, though we will probably be updated on that because the deadline has, I believe, closed. So the board will be updated on that. But I believe the whole background of this right to read will address that as we start with our youngest children, and hopefully see that change as they go out throughout their career or throughout their grades.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my next question, I just have two more. So my next question is that would the board consider incorporating vocational trade school within the high schools?
I think some of our schools have done that. Some of our comprehensive high schools have started some career paths. Off the top of my head, I believe Waterbury has a school like that. I think it was Vernon that we have seen that way, but we slowly are seeing that kind of pathway as well, that students can immerse themselves into a trade and hopefully even get into a situation of an internship as early as their junior year. Some of our schools have done that for a great deal of time. I know schools, it was very popular at one time, for example, for students that wanted to go into a medical field to be, their interest was being nursing, but they could start that in their junior year and actually spend half of their school day working toward that goal. Choosing then if they wanted to continue just on that career path or go further with the college education in that career path. So some of our comprehensive schools are already doing that. And certainly we encourage all of our schools to start looking at different options for all our students, that they all have a plan upon graduation.
Thank you. I'll just end it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Figueroa, followed by Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your reappointment, and thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Great question, Representative Sanchez, regarding the high school. I am aware of one of our schools in Stanford currently has one of these trades. I believe it's with the carpenters, and I think it's great.
Mhm.
Great opportunity for the kids to go into any trade that they may feel comfortable going into. It's a very good opportunity. And with that said, I would like to, my first question would be, what can we do to attract more minorities, or more specifically, teachers of Hispanic origin, considering that the Hispanic community is growing at a fast rate? At least this is happening in my city, which is Stanford. And I am sure it's also happening across the state. I would like to know what can we do also? My second question would be, what can we do to continue providing the tools necessary for our educators to deliver quality education, so that when our students graduate, they are fully prepared to enter the working force, fully prepared. So I think I threw two questions into one. I apologize.
That's okay. I think it's most important that every available resource is given to our educators to help all of our students. I firmly believe, truly believe that growing your own of the interest of going into education, especially with our Black and Brown population of students, that to grow your own within your own district is the way to go. And we do see some very successful districts that have done that. Not only to expose them perhaps of, working a part of their day, helping out in a preschool within the district or an elementary school, to get that exposure into education and to really immerse yourself into something that you really think you'll enjoy, but also to set it up in a way that we encourage them to come back to the district in which train them to do this, to come back and to serve in that district as a teacher, I think is most important. And I think the earlier we do this and start doing this, the better it is. Waiting until your senior year is not the answer. And we've already seen some higher eds have changed even their requirements as students who want to go into education can declare that a little earlier than they currently have been able to do in the recent years. Because I think it is important that the earlier that we can expose them to what teaching is like and the rewarding part of being a teacher, and doing that at an early age will encourage and increase the number that will want to go on to education.
What do you think about?
I hope I answered both questions.
Yes, you did. Thank you. So, speaking about retention, I do have a great concern because I did have the opportunity to meet with one of our school principals, and I understand, and I also have spoken to some teachers, and they are leaving the workforce. So I really don't know what is driving, this situation right now, but I would like to know as to also what can we do, not only to get new, but rather to retain what we already have.
Oh, that's a good question. And one we all wish we had the magical answer to. But, I think, I was a teacher for 36 years. I spent 39 years in one school district. So education is extremely important to me. But I came from a district that I was mutually respected. Our teachers were respected. And I think that is probably the most important thing that we can do, that not only do we respect the profession, but we also provide any resource that possibly can be obtained to our teachers, to let them, explore different areas, just like we want our children to explore different areas, to let teachers perhaps into their careers explore different areas of what they would like to teach, or what level or who they would like to teach. I think those are all important. Our districts now are, some of our districts are low on staff. And so where teachers are placed may not necessarily be where they wanted to land. And so I think it's important that we address this as quickly as we possibly can, and that we have our teachers teaching what they love teaching the best and what they're best at.
Thank you. And my last question, are you familiar with the dual learner language bill that is currently being worked on at this level?
The dual language, is that what you said?
Yes, the dual learner language.
Yes, I'm familiar with it. I did not have any direct involvement in that. My last years as a reading interventionist, I did have a class daily that was bilingual students that I ran with a bilingual para to assist me because I do not speak Spanish, but it was one of those types of things that I learned more and more being involved, the importance of being able to have these different kinds of programs to help our students. And I know some of our schools, not just high schools, even earlier, have these dual language programs that are most important, that students maintain their native language, but also learn English, but not with the exception of forgetting their native language, which I think is so important.
Yeah, I think this is why it's called dual, right? Because it's going to benefit both the kids that are already speaking English, and then they are going to be mixing. So I think this is a great, so I just wanted to see as to whether you will be in favor of implementing this program.
Very,
What-
very much in favor of the program. I think it's very important, and students learn very well from each other. And so having these dual kind of programs helps both sets of students, and I think it's most important.
Thank you for your answer. I'm glad to hear that. And I think in order for this to succeed, we need to be prepared, to give or to provide the resources necessary to the educators and to the students as well. So thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Aaron, congratulations. You had a stellar career in Meriden, touched a lot of students' lives during your time there, and it is a badge of honor for us in Meriden to have you being elevated to this important position. I want to echo the remarks of my colleagues, particularly on the VOTEC aspect of our high school educations. And I'm not sure whether the best answer is expanding on the current VOTEC system and opening up more student slots there, or incorporating it into the regular high school curriculum. But I appreciate your answers and your willingness to address that area.
Was there a
If-
question there?
I wasn't sure if there was a question I lost.
No, it was more of
Okay,
a statement, and I'm not sure where I dropped off, but as I was saying, what would you like to see the State Education Board do in terms of promoting VOTEC classes in our high schools? And is it expanding the current programs, or reintroducing, in a lot of respects, this aspect to our public high school education formats?
I think it's a little combination of both. The one that, of course, I'm most familiar with is Wilcox Tech School, which was, of course, literally right next door to the school in which I taught. A very popular school. Unfortunately, though, not all students who apply get in. And that's across the state to all of our 17 tech schools, that not all students can do that. So I think it's important that districts also start infusing that VOTEC part into their own comprehensive schools, or a split. And I know some of the tech schools have started this. There's like split courses that can be taken that students can attend the tech schools in the evening when the typical day students are not there, in these areas that they couldn't get into, but can take courses in that way. That, I think, is a wonderful use of our state schools, especially at an evening when typically they're empty because our students are, our day students are no longer there. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to look at, and I think it's important that we do look at them. There are many parts, the eastern part of the state has a few more tech schools in that area, but it's also become very, very popular because of the closeness of, where they're located and the jobs that can be had coming out of a tech school. So we want to make sure that even our school students that can't get in to a tech school can have that opportunity in a comprehensive school as well.
Okay. And thank you for that. And then last question, in general, what are your thoughts about the magnet school programs? I mean, knowing that you lived it for your entire career in Meriden, with us having the Edison Magnet School, which, candidly, I don't think it ever worked the way that it was intended. I know we had difficulties in attracting the other towns who were part of the basis for that magnet school and sending their students there. So, I guess at the end of the day, the success of it was that Meriden got a pretty brand new middle school back to help solve problems with our other two middle schools. But in general, what are your thoughts on the magnet schools?
Well, I think all different, school choice, schools that include the magnets, the charters, I think they're all important. I think it's important that we do have school choice. You're correct. Edison, I think after a few years of opening, sort of lost its, I guess, lack of a better word, its attraction of surrounding communities. They didn't look at it as a different option than their own city schools or their own private, local districts. So I think it's important that we recognize where they're located, the location and the need. But the choice, I think, is important. I think it is important for some students to have that choice if that's what they chose to do.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And again, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Looking at Zoom, I see none. I do have one last question, which is, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Great. Thank you so much. Congratulations again on your renomination. Look forward to supporting you.
Thank you.
All right. And now we have our third item on the agenda is it's another Senate joint resolution for review. This is the nomination of Catherine Foley of Middletown to be a member of the State Board of Labor Relations. Good morning. If you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Wonderful. The floor is yours, and if you could just hit the little button for the microphone. Yep.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Duff and Conception, Vice Chairs Looney and Godfrey, Ranking Members Kelly and Vaccarino, and distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. It is an honor to appear today as Governor Lamont's nominee to serve as a member of the Connecticut State Board of Labor Relations and to speak with you about my qualifications for that appointment. State Board of Labor Relations is a quasi-judicial board which protects the collective bargaining rights of state and municipal workers, public school teachers, certain administrators, and some private sector employees. More specifically, the board holds hearings and issues decisions which administer and enforce the State Employee Relations Act, the Municipal Employee Relations Act, School Board Teacher Negotiation Act, and the State Labor Relations Act. Although this is my first appointment as a board member, I've had 44 years of full-time employment with the Board of Labor Relations, which makes me uniquely qualified for this role. To elaborate, I began my career in 1978 as an assistant agent, where I applied the board's decisions to real-life work situations, investigating prohibited practice labor complaints and union representation petitions, mediating disputes, and conducting representation elections throughout the state. At various times from 1997 to 2003, I served as temporary agent of the State Board of Labor Relations. In 2003, I was appointed agent and served nearly 4 consecutive 4-year terms until I retired on June 30, 2022. The agents, among other things, the board's gatekeeper. In that role, I oversaw a staff of assistant agents and clerical personnel, investigating complaints and petitions, and issued recommendations as to which cases met the standard for proceeding to a formal hearing before the board. I administered each case from the date of filing through final disposition. Many of those cases involved important public issues, such as a duty to bargain over mandatory use of police body cameras, the impact of opiate epidemic, and the coronavirus pandemic on working conditions, and the rights and obligations of public sector employees and labor unions after the U.S. Supreme Court's landmark 2018 decision in Janus versus AFSCME Council 31, just to name a few. Moreover, I attended the board's deliberations on each case and have closely observed the decision-making process of several different itinerations of the board. Lastly, I have worked to advance equity and inclusion in the historically male area of labor relations by co-founding Connecticut Labor Employment Women CLUE, which honors women working in that field. In summary, I believe my prior employment with the Board of Labor Relations has given me the experience, skill, and judgment to continue to serve our state and contribute to labor peace as a member of the State Board of Labor Relations. Thank you for your time and attention. I welcome the opportunity to answer any questions you may have for me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Foley. Just so I understand, this is your first appointment
Yes.
to the actual board, but you worked for the department. Is that
Right.
correct?
That's right.
Which puts you in a really unique position, which is very helpful, right? Knowing the inner workings of a department and being able to work in that. So, I don't have a lot of questions for you. I guess my first one is exactly that. Knowing the inner workings of the department, what are you hoping to bring to the actual board itself?
Well, to bring to the board, I'm hoping to bring my past knowledge, experience of our case law. And which how the new cases that are presented before us are decided. I had the unique responsibility that I took on myself of indexing all our decisions by subject matter, which caused me to have to read every decision we've issued since 1946. So I think I will be hopefully helpful in that capacity.
Appreciate that. And again, I don't have any other questions. I think this is a perfect fit for us. I just want to thank you for your willingness to serve on the board. And I think your experience again with the agency puts you in a really nice position for us all. So with that, I'll open it up to my committee, starting with my ranking member, Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Foley, for your willingness to serve and all your years of experience. You bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to an important role. Going forward, do you see what are the biggest challenges for our labor force and labor relations in our state? And are there many cases of, I guess, legal cases brought forth by employers or employees?
What challenges do I see?
Yes, for our men and women that are working in our state, for labor relations, for instance. That's where you're going to be you'll oversee some of that, correct?
Yes, the challenges of, well, I have to think. You mean as far as those that are working in the labor relations field?
Right, like say, for instance, if I'm working at X company and I have an issue, are there many of those issues that have to be addressed?
Right.
That are people either are not being treated fairly or need help.
Right.
You follow me? I'm just getting, I'm trying to get the pulse of the health of our labor market, I guess, our men and women that are working in the state.
Well, as far
Our
as,
municipalities, our state government, everything like that.
right. The struggles, I guess, for one, that the struggles they may have is since the Janus decision, I don't know internally with the unions, whether it's a struggle now to perhaps have less income on hand to represent the employees. I think that's a struggle. I'm not sure.
Okay,
I,
that's okay. I mean, that maybe
I don't deal in their roles, so I don't.
that's fine. It's probably, hopefully it's better than we think. Hopefully it's fairly healthy. That's all.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I appreciate your willingness to serve and I know you'll do a good job and I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, I have one last, which I ask everyone. Ms. Foley, before you go, is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Thanks again for your willingness to serve on this board.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving again right along. We have another Senate joint resolution, which is the nomination of Barbara Collins of West Hartford to be a member of the State Board of Labor Relations.
Good morning,
Good
everybody.
morning, Ms. Collins. If you can just raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Duff and Concepcion and Vice Chairman, excuse me, Looney and Goffrey, ranking members Yakarino and Kelly, and the new members, including a figure that I recognize that one of your newest members. My name is Barbara Collins, and I am happy to be here to speak about my renomination to the Connecticut State Board of Labor Relations. I am honored that the governor has sought to appoint me for a second term, and I have enjoyed my time, so I am hopeful that I will be appointed again. I have been working with the state board since 2012, and I've been the interim chair since February 2022. I have the privilege to hear and participate in many, if not hundreds of cases brought under the state labor laws, and that govern the labor relations for municipalities, Board of Educations in the state among their respective unions. I have been for 40 years a labor and employment attorney in the state of Connecticut. And so that gives me I think, a broad base of knowledge, which I think is especially useful in understanding the issues that are coming in front of the board. My work in primarily private sector, and in the private sector, getting used to or using the NLRB and the federal DOL becomes useful because it gives me a different perspective when people raise those issues in front of the state board. I believe the labor board's actions to interpret and enforce these statutes are vital in maintaining peaceful labor relations in Connecticut. And when I use this term state board, I actually mean all the employees of the state board, the entire staff. They work tirelessly to resolve disputes between employers, employees, and their labor unions. I look forward to continuing this important service as a member of the board, and I'm committed to providing the time and thought needed for the board to run efficiently while providing services to the citizens of the state of Connecticut. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your renomination
Thank you.
and your willingness to continue to serve on this committee. Just one question. So your first nomination was when?
It looks like either 2011 or 2012.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's what I thought. I saw on your bio. So, since then, what are some of the challenges you've seen? Because correct me if I'm wrong, there's three of you that sit on the board.
Pat Lowe, yes, there are three members that are full members of the board, and then
Yep.
the rest are alternates, excuse me. Pat Lowe was our main chair for years, and she died, I want to say 5+ years ago. So we've been down to two, and then in February, we went down to one. So when I say I'm interim, it was because I was the only one.
Only one, yes.
I mean, we had the alternates, and thank God they were willing to step up. But yes, it's a 3-member board that we hear complaints from labor unions, from employers, and from individuals.
And since 2011, and I'm guessing being the only one, that's the biggest challenge. But do you see other challenges that the board has faced over the last decade or so?
Well, staffing has always been a challenge, because what happens is that the staff goes to the parties, meets with the parties first, and tries to actually resolve and get the parties talking, because a lot of the cases are just between a labor union and management. Is really, let's negotiate, let's find out a resolution that works best for the employees and the employer, because there are always two parties. And so we've been very short with staff there, so that has made it harder, and so then we have more cases coming in front of us. COVID obviously laid out a whole series of issues that we were not expecting. But now with some of the new statutes and the Janus case that Kathy mentioned, they have raised, cases are not boring that are coming in front of us. I guess that is the nicest way I can put it.
Well, again, I appreciate your willingness to continue to serve on this board. I'll open it up to any questions from committee members, and we have one from Representative, I'm sorry, before we get, nope,
Julia, it's fine. Go ahead.
okay, so Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Collins, nice to see you
Nice to see you. You did-
all the way in Hartford. So thank you for answering. That was one of my questions. I am always very interested on learning about the challenges that one faces, during your first term. And I see you already answered that to my chairman. So to follow up on that, should you be reappointed then to this board, what are you bringing in? Are you bringing in anything new? And what have you learned from your first term?
Well, I have to say that in the 40 years, I've been in private practice, my own practice for about 25 plus years. Prior to that, I was in a firm. And I have to say that if you look at the decisions before I was appointed to the state board, I actually participated in a lot of the labor board decisions. So I do have a strong history of knowing how the labor board has acted. But I think what I bring is, because I have such a broad base and such wide experiences, I am able to actually understand both sides. And I think that's important. You need to know you need to understand why the employee or the union has taken the position they have, but you also need to know why the employer has taken the position, so that, and understand the impact is more than just the two parties, it goes beyond that. And so you want to be thinking of that. Your decision, of course, is based on the law. It's whatever the labor board has ruled on that issue before, because we do honor our precedent, but you do need to understand and give respect to the parties, particularly in the hearings. It's important that they feel like they've really gotten sort of their, I want to say, day in court, being able to present their full case.
Knowing that you are a current lawyer, for one or more than one unions,
Mhm.
how will be your judgment in this board? Do you think you could be like a non-bias, or will this, will your current position affect, any decision that you will be able to render?
I've had the same situation. I have been representing labor unions and individuals for the entire time I've been on the state board. I've also acted as a mediator where I'm representing both coming in to try to resolve. I act as an arbitrator. I have, even when I was president of the state board, the State Bar Association, I had to always see both sides of the story. And I think I've prided myself, and I think my reputation and stuff is that I can be absolutely neutral, and pride myself on the fact that I am in all cases.
All right, thank you. You answered my questions, and I do appreciate your willingness to continue serving.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to thank Ms. Collins for her expertise and willingness to serve, but I do appreciate, and I think it's important that you look at both sides, and generally, if you do that, it's the best outcome. So I just really wanted to say that, and I really appreciate your willingness to continue to serve.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? All right, seeing none, we have one last question before you go. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
There is none.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thanks for spending the entire morning with us. Appreciate that. All right, next we have another Senate joint resolution for review. It is the nomination of Kyle Zimmer of South Windsor to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Board. Morning.
Morning.
You'd raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Concepcion, Duff, Vice Chair Godfrey, and Looney, ranking members Yacarino and Kelly, Representative Sanchez, Figueroa, and Representative Quinn. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. It's an honor to appear to you today as the governor's interim appointment, now a full term nominee to serve on the Workers' Compensation Commission Advisory Board. I'm currently filling the term vacated by Dave Lucas, a longtime member who passed away recently. I am grateful to honor to serve it as an essential role in protecting Connecticut's employees and their families. I take it you have my testimony in front of you, and I just want to say a little bit about myself and why I feel I'm qualified to continue serving in this capacity. I was nominated to this position in 2022 in the springtime to fill Dave's term, and participated in the reappointment of administrative law judges under the guidance of our chair, Michael Riley, this past fall. And it was a very big learning experience for me. I thought I knew a lot about comp until I sat on that board. And I really cherish the time that I've spent on it so far. I started my career in health and safety in the workplace in 1979 with the Hartford Insurance Group as a loss control rep. And at that time, I started my journey on working on workers' compensation issues. But in particular, the biggest thing that I excelled in was safety training for workers in all capacities. So I've been around a long time. The last 17 years, I've been the Director of Health and Safety for Local 478. And also in that role, I serve as the Members Assistance Program Director, which we help all of our members, families, and friends that are suffering with what I like to call lifestyle issues. And those are addiction, suicide prevention, and mental health issues, which I feel is really a workers' compensation issue also. As workers get injured, turning to opioid medication for pain management. I feel very strongly that there's alternatives to that. And I've been very fortunate to work with federal agencies to develop those alternatives. One of the biggest projects that I work on is the Total Worker Health Program with NIOSH, which is the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health. I serve on several subcommittees for the Total Worker Health Program, and it's proving to be very successful in pain management issues, curtailing long-term debilitating injuries. So I'm very happy with that work there. And I feel I can bring that to the table and hopefully advance those concepts into the workers' comp process here in the state. One thing that I really enjoy about this is a true labor management committee. And the people that sit on the committee currently, again, led by Mike Riley, they're just incredible people, and really look forward to continuing serving.
Thank you very much. And thanks for being with us. Congratulations on your full nomination and your willingness to continue to serve. I'm glad you mentioned the mental health. It's one of the questions I ask a lot, especially when commissioners come. Can you just expand a little bit on the importance of ensuring that mental health is and people see that as part of workers' compensation?
You know, the stigma around getting people the help that they need is slowly being chipped away. My work in the construction industry and with the Connecticut State Building Trades, we've seen a very big pendulum switch to people accepting the help that's available, breaking down the stigma in the job sites, getting people the help that they need. One of the anecdotal things that I always say when I talk to people is, who watched the Super Bowl this year? There were at least 4 or 5 commercials on addressing the mental health crisis in this country and urging people to get the help that they need. 10 years ago, we weren't talking about this in construction. I used to go into our employers, some of the largest construction companies and construction managers in the state, in the country, and try to talk to them about taking care of their people that are suffering from addiction, that are suffering from mental health issues. And they would shut the door. Now they reach out for assistance and building peer programs. One of the most effective things that you can do to help people in crisis is have a peer program where workers are talking to workers. They're not afraid to say, hey, I've got a problem. And the biggest tool that anybody can do when they recognize somebody struggling and is ask a very simple question. And that is, hey, are you okay? What can I do to help? And that opens up the doors of conversations, and then the avenues of help are growing. We need to, of course, add more people, more providers into our mental health network, treatment network, but that's coming. That's coming.
That's great. I appreciate your comments on the peer program. I can't agree with you more that it's a lot easier when it's a peer-to-peer kind of conversation than anything else. I know you've only been there since a few months, correct?
Right.
In your time period there, have you seen or have you experienced any challenges already that you're looking to address, in the next and during your next term here?
I would like, I think I need some more time on the committee to really get the breadth of what we do. As I said, we did the administrative reappointments, administrative judges reappointments over the last few meetings. So as time goes on, I'm sure situations will come up where I can have input on addressing these issues.
Appreciate those. And with that, I will turn it over to Representative Yaccarino if he has any questions.
I really don't, Mr. Chair. I'm impressed with the answers and I think the approach of. So I'm just looking forward to listening to more. And I don't have any questions, but I wish you the best, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Figueroa, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do, but I believe. my
Representative
colleague
Quinn,
here-
do you have a question?
Thank you. It's a pleasure meeting you. Thank you for being
thanks.
here with us this morning.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question. I don't know whether you are familiar with, I understand that you are very new, but I need you to know that it is my understanding, that while filing for workers' compensations can be very challenging. I hear this from many of my coworkers who have filed, for our compensation. Do you think these challenges that we are actually having now is due because of the lack of staff or shortness of?
I think
Perhaps.
you'll see a shift in the way things are done. We've had conversations with Chairman Morelli on this, and he's open to changes and continuing conversations to make the process very fair and equitable to all. So I think that'll be in the future of the Workers' Comp Commission.
I hear you say in the future. I think I would perhaps rather hear that this is something that, that we could be implemented or making the changes necessary to perhaps provide better services to those who apply, for the compensations. Because as I said, this is really, really challenging. And, when you are filing for this kind of services, obviously, you are depending on a quick response.
And that falls, I believe, to the individual administrative law judges, and there's been some changes on the staff that I think will be beneficial to all.
When you say that changes on the staff, what are you referring to more specifically?
Just new people coming in, so cycling in as law judges, so.
And do these individuals go to like any kind of training, as to how to engage with the public and how to provide the services that they are required to?
I am not familiar with that, but I believe there is. I don't know the specifics, but I believe Chairman Morelli and his staff do take care of that. That has not come down to our committee yet.
Understood. All right. Thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Zimmer, congratulations on your nomination for a full-time spot. I practice in workers' compensation. I've been representing injured workers for 25 years, and there are a lot of frustrations to doing that. One thing that I hope that the advisory board can take a look at is the number of weeks of permanency that's awarded for the cervical spine. Oftentimes neck injuries are just as debilitating to a worker as back injuries, and the number of weeks of compensation between the two body parts is vastly different. Oftentimes if someone has an upper neck / shoulder problem, you're just hoping that the doctor decides to rate the shoulder rather than the neck, because the shoulder is worth more weeks of compensation for your client. I agree with the decisions that you've made on who you recommended for appointment as workers' comp administrative law judges. I also sit on the judiciary committees, and we had them before us a couple of weeks ago. And the two new ones I think are going to be an asset to the commission. I also have a more comprehensive bill pending in the judiciary committee this year that would help to speed up the process of getting medical records. And as you know, medical records are what drives the whole bus. And we've been seeing more of a delay in getting records on a timely basis. So we have a comprehensive workers' compensation bill pending that would penalize providers for delays in getting those medical records out. Have you, in the short time you've been there, have you dealt with any of those issues?
It was discussed at our last meeting with Chairman Morelli, and he brought us aware of what was going on and the delay of getting medical records, and how it's affecting the decisions and the moving along of the process of the claim. So we are aware of it, and he did discuss it at our last meeting.
Yeah, and I guess not surprisingly, there was opposition from the insurance industry, but quite frankly, getting records on a more timely basis is a benefit to them, particularly if the doctor is
You would think.
sending someone
Yeah.
back to work full duty. Now you
Yeah.
don't have to pay him anymore. So I would think that that would be an area that both sides would agree. And then also I'd put forth a proposal on expanding eligibility for post-specific 308A benefits, which, as you know, are capped at the number of weeks of compensation. But what other, and I think that the Chairman Concepcion touched on this, but what challenges do you see in the near future for your board?
Again, being fairly new on the board, we're starting to talk about issues with some internal issues in the compensation with IT upgrades and things like that would make the process much quicker, much better. And I just look forward to digging in and finding out some other issues that we can, make sure that we help the members, the working men and women and their families that are injured.
Okay. Well, again, thank you very much for your willingness to do this, and I congratulate you on your nomination.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative, we have Representative Perillo, followed by Representative Yacarino.
Senator, thank you very much. Kyle, it's good to see you. It's funny. It's so nice to have somebody as focused on mental health as you've been. I recall, and Kyle and I have known each other for a little while now, and I recall we were chatting maybe a couple of years ago, but just, the things you remember, you and I were having a conversation. I turned away for a second and I turned back and you were gone. And it turned out you were on the phone with a member trying to get him the treatment that he needed. And I was just really impressed by that.
Thank you.
And I'm just happy that you're going to bring that intensity and focus onto, into the commission, because I think it really does matter. And as you said, that pendulum is starting to swing. And the fact that you're going to be able to bring, Kyle, your expertise to the table, I think is going to make a big difference. And I'm eagerly going to support your nomination today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Iaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Zimmer. I failed to mention, Representative Delnicki gives his well wishes and speaks very highly of you. But I do want to piggyback off of Representative Quinn. It is a problem. It's been a long problem for years as far as the medical records and transparency in some way. And I hope, and it seems like you have the temperament and the care, you care so much that this is resolved, because it's not fair to anybody, either the person that's on comp or the insurance company for that matter. But I think if they had transparency and it was resolved and the medical records were shown sooner, it's a better outcome for everybody, and hopefully we could get that resolved. But again, Representative Delnicki, sent me a message and I meant to send it to you. I apologize.
I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I don't think I see any other questions from any members of the committee. So we'll ask the question we ask everybody, sir. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove to be embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, state of Connecticut?
No.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay. Our next contestant is Robert Ziobrowski of Mansfield, to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Board as well. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Would you
Thank you,
please raise your right hand?
Oh, yes.
That's okay. Do you promise swear affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, feel free to give us your statement.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Co-Chair Senator Duff, Representative Caspian, Vice Chair Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, and ranking members Senator Kelly, Representative Iaccarino, and members of the Executive Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Robert Ziobrowski of Mansfield, Connecticut. I'm the principal officer of Teamsters Local 1035 out of South Windsor, Connecticut, and I'm also a union trustee on the Teamsters 1035 health service plan that we provide for our members. I'm here today as a nominee of Governor Lamont to be a member of the Connecticut Workers' Compensation Advisory Board. I'm currently serving an interim appointment that I took over in September of 2022. Some of the things that I think that, I can bring to the table on this service would be, I'm a little bit new to coming out of the trade. So I've recently worked in the trade, and I can speak to, the problems that, I experienced working in a very labor intense job for 14 years. Prior to that, I've been doing blue collar jobs my entire life. You get injured on the job, you see your coworkers get injured on the job, you hear them go into the workers' compensation program, and they come back to work rehabilitated, and they're able to continue. I was very excited to be part of this process and be invited to come aboard. And I hope that I can bring some of the perspective that I can offer to the table and help out. Happy to take any questions, and I thank you guys for your consideration.
Great, thank you. Since you've been on the board now for a few months, it seems like, how would you assess the board's current caseload at this point, and do you feel you can get things through?
So I can't speak to the actual number on the current caseload, but we are trying to staff up. It seems like we're having a little bit of a backlog. There was a number of additional cases that came through for to COVID and some of the technology deficiencies that we have currently right now that we are working on upgrading. So hopefully we're able to resolve that and start moving some of this stuff off the table.
Great, thank you very much. I meant to say congratulations on your nomination as well. How are you at this point, I guess, in your tenure, how do you feel the process is working? Do you feel it's been a fair process and people walk away with a feeling that they've been heard, even if they may not be the outcome that they want?
You don't always get the outcome you want every time, but I feel the process is fair. I feel that, there's a lot of oversight involved to make sure that there's, you know, voices heard at the table from both sides. We sit on the Labor and Management Committee, and, you know, everybody has a seat at that table, which is, it's good. I think it promotes, you know, an equal playing field for everybody. You know, the things that I like to see and see if we can, you know, try to impact and help out is moving the cases through a little faster. Trying to get through, you know, not having people sit out while they're waiting for treatment,
Mhm.
you know, things of that nature.
Okay. My last question, I guess, is do you feel that the board is representative of the people who come in front of you? Meaning that, you know, have the similar qualifications, or they understand and are empathetic to cases that are brought forward?
I feel the people on the board, you know, it's a diverse group of people coming from, you know, different areas, and I think they all have their own unique qualifications that are going to help this process. As I'm bringing a unique perspective, I see the fellows I sit next to, they all have unique perspective. I think it's a good group to try to help the process move forward.
Great, thank you. Representative Yacarino, you have any questions? Your hand is up. I'm not sure if that was from before. All right. Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions for you. Thank you for being here. My first question is to follow up into one of his concerns. I want to hear from you. I know that you are also new, but are you aware of any reasons as to why the delay of getting the medical records are?
I'm not aware of any of the exact reasons, other than that I know that it might be, you know, you have, you know, larger groups of doctors and smaller groups. It's a time thing is what I would assume, but maybe putting some pressure on them with a deadline might help that situation. But other than that, no, I could not speak to it.
Thanks. I only asked that question because I heard my colleague here, you know, expressing those concerns. So I just wanted to follow up since I didn't have the opportunity to ask that question to the prior candidate. So in your short period of time, what have you learned about this advisory board during your time serving at this board, and what challenges have you faced, if any, that you may be working on to solve or fix?
I've learned that the process is a very collaborative effort, which I was happy to see. You know, I have, as I said, fellows from the labor side and from the management side, and it was nice to see everybody, you know, working together. When we went through the reappointment of the administrative law judges, we reviewed some of their case history and some of the feedback that we got, and you know, we had open discussion about it before you know, making determination on how to proceed, and that was nice. Some of the challenges would be, I think that there's going to be a shift going towards a more technological base. You know, everything's kind of going that way, and I think that there's a push to get the medical records you know, out quicker. Moving through an electronic based system I think would work, but there's privacy concerns, so those are going to be challenges that we're going to have to work out, because we need to make sure that, you know, when we have this information, it's a lot of sensitive information for some people. You don't want to be you know, irresponsible with it. You want to make sure that it's getting from one party to the next without going to a third party that should not have that information.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from members of the committee? Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Zabrowski, congratulations on your appointment. I think you're going to bring a unique perspective to the group. What things have you seen, both in your capacity as a union laborer and as a union leader, that you would like to see changed in the workers' comp system?
I would like to see the process, I find with my members, and, you know, I'm happy to represent them, but a lot of them are unfamiliar with the process. It's scary for them. You know, they got injured on the job. They don't know what comes next. Some of the injuries are severe, and they're concerned that they might not be able to work again. That's a concern for, you know, providing, you know, their family with what they need to support them. So from that end, just a little bit more information, that my members get it because they call me and I help them to the best of my ability, and I put them in contact with the people that they need. But for anybody who's not represented, I imagine the process is even more intimidating. So I would like to see maybe a little bit more of a digestible format of how to go through the process.
Yeah, I mean, it's a system that is designed for people to represent themselves. And in a lot of circumstances, that works out just fine. But once there's a problem, either the carrier is contesting your work capacity and your entitlement to benefits, or they're contesting a recommended treatment that cause delays and really make it impossible for someone who's not knowledgeable of that area to represent themselves. So I appreciate your answer, and again, congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from members of the committee?
I have.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. Senator Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations on your nomination. State Senator Henry Martin from Bristol. And my question is regarding to perhaps looking into, or maybe maybe I should just cut to the chase here. You know, I'm sure you heard about what happened to our community this past year regarding the murdering of 2 police officers who were ambushed when they arrived at a domestic call. And, you know, the impact and has been significant, not only to the families, but to those first responders that arrived on the scene and fellow police officers, in addition to that, and their families who have to live with, you know, the post-traumatic syndrome effects on what they are experiencing in their household. So my question is, I guess this workman's comp that you know that's coming down the road, or probably it's already begun, but would be to our best interest as a state, perhaps, that we should develop a pool for larger incidences like this, these tragedies. As another example, or an example would be the Sandy Hook and the impacts on that. I remember when I arrived here at the Capitol, that had already taken place. I think it was 2011. But I remember the police that first arrived on the scene and the impact that it had on them. That we had legislation here calling for workman's comp to be provided to them. And, you know, the pushback from the municipalities and all regarding allowing these cases, so to speak, to be presented to the as workman's comp cases. I just want to hear your thoughts on, and I know this is maybe a novel idea, I'm not sure, but perhaps maybe we should be looking at a large funded, bonded pool of funds for incidences, accidents, tragedies like this. Just want to throw that out, see what you have to say.
I mean, I would hope that, you know, those events continue to be very limited, because they are traumatic to such a large group of people. I am aware of the incident in Bristol. It was very sad to hear all of the people that were impacted by that. And there was a lot of community support following that. It does leave the individuals involved kind of waiting and lacking the support that they might need with counseling and things like that, grief support post-traumatic stress. I think those are, real topics that should be considered for something like this. Now, I'm not sure, how the format, should be laid out for it to get handled. But I do recognize that when those events happen, it is impacting on a different level, a large group of people, Sandy Hook and the incident that you had mentioned from 2022.
And this is not an ask by Bristol municipality or anything, but and looking at what happened at Sandy Hook, and now this happened in Bristol, and what other community could this happen, and the burden that the municipalities pick up and having to deal with it afterwards. But okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Just make sure there's no other questions. Seeing no other questions, we'll ask the question. Anything in your past that you believe might prove to be embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or the state of Connecticut?
No.
No, even though you know Nate over there, but we'll let that slide. All right, thank you so much. All right, we'll close out our public hearing today, and we'll open up our committee meeting. Madam Clerk, just tell me when you're ready. Okay, thank you. Good morning. It's actually good afternoon, 12:02. Good afternoon and welcome to the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting that we are holding in room 1A at the LOB on Zoom and YouTube Live for our fans around the world. No remarks on number 2. Number 3, we have a House resolution for review, and hoping that some of our House members will take up the nomination here. So on number 1, Gregory F. Daniels of West Hartford to be Executive Director of the State Contracting Standards Board. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Quinn, seconded by Representative Yakarino. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Godfrey, Representative Yakarino,
Representative Yakarino, yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo.
Perillo votes yes.
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
One more time, Representative.
I'm
Nuccio.
sorry, did you get Nuccio?
We did not. We had Perillo. Did you, Madam Clerk?
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Do you have your camera on, ma'am?
We're not seeing you on camera, Representative. And did you get Representative Perillo's vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Representative Perillo. Representative Nuccio, can you try that one more time, please?
Yes, Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Thank you.
Third time's a charm, or fourth.
Representative
got it.
Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Bertigliano, Representative Sanchez, Representative Figueroa.
Representative Figueroa vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On item number 4, number 1, Senate Joint Resolutions for Review, Aaron D. Benham of Wallingford to be a voting member of the State Board of Education. Is there a motion? So moved by Senator Martin. Is there a second by Representative Figueroa? Your first second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino,
Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Perillo,
Perillo votes yes.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Vertigliano, Senator Summers, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Thank you. We'll hold the votes open until 4 o'clock today. On number 2, on item 4, Catherine C. Foley of Middletown to be a member of the State Board of Labor Relations. Is there a motion?
Should move.
Made by Representative Figueroa, seconded by Senator Martin. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino,
Representative Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Representative Perillo,
Perillo votes yes.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rutigliano, Senator Summers, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is item number 3. Under agenda item number 4, Barbara Collins of West Hartford to be a member of the State Board of Labor Relations. Is there a motion?
Should move.
Moved by Representative Figueroa, seconded by Senator Martin. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino,
Representative Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
thank you. Representative Perillo,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
thank you, ma'am. Got your vote the first time.
Perillo votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Vertigliano, Senator Summers, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item is number 4. Kyle F. Zimmer of South Windsor to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Board. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Quinn, seconded by Representative Yacarino. Any conversation, discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino,
Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Perillo,
Perillo votes yes.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rutigliano, Senator Summers, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Last item is Number 5, Robert J. Zebrowski of Mansfield to be member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Board. Is there a motion?
Shall move.
Moved by Representative Figueroa, seconded by Representative Quinn. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Senator Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino,
Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Carrillo,
Perillo votes yes.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Retigliano, Senator Summers, Representative Figueroa,
Figueroa votes yes.
Representative Sanchez. That's your roll, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Votes will be held open until 4 o'clock today. Our next meeting will be next Tuesday, March 14th at 11 o'clock a.m. And we'll have further meetings after that to be announced at a later time. The meeting is recessed.
Thank you.
Hello. Can you see me? Okay. Hi, how are you? Let's see. Can you hear me? Yes, I can. Yeah, I can hear you too. Okay. We have Gregory Daniels to be the Executive Director of State Contracting Standards Board. Summers votes yes. Oops, sorry. The House resolution. It's a House. Okay, I voted for the House. That's the only one. We had 2 new members stay as well. Okay. Erin Benham to be reappointed to State Board of Education. Summers votes yes. Catherine Foley to be a member of the State Board of Labor Relations. Summers votes yes. Barbara Collins to be a member of the State Board of Labor Relations. Summers votes yes. Kyle Zimmer to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Commission Advisory Board. Summers votes yes. Robert Zabrowski to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Board. Summers votes yes. And that's it. I like your sign in your background there. Oh, sorry. My kids gave me that. Right. Okay, I will see you next week. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Hello,
Hey, Wendy.
Rep Sanchez was looking for you. He may call you.
Okay.
Okay, I have Benham for State Board of Ed,
Rep Concepcion, say yes.
Kyle Zimmer, Workers' Compensation,
Rep Concepcion is a yes.
Barbara Collins, State Board of Labor Relations,
Rep Concepcion is a yes.
Catherine Foley, State Board of Labor Relations,
Rep Concepcion is a yes.
Robert Zabrowski, Workers' Comp Advisory Board.
Rep Concepcion is a yes.
Okay, all set.
All right, thanks, Wendy.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay, ready to vote?
yes,
I have Robert Zabrowski to be a member of the Workers' Commission Advisory Board.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Catherine Foley to be a member of the State Board of Labor Relations.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Barbara Collins, State Board of Labor Relations.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Kyle Zimmer, Workers' Compensation Advisory Board.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Aaron Benham to be reappointed to the State Board of Education.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
And
I think that's it.
there's one more. It's Daniel.
It's a House resolution.
You are correct.
Okay,
Did you see that UVM is the chance of the America East? Go catch
take,
them.
take care.
All right, see ya.
Good.
Hello.
Hey, Lindy. How are you?
Good. Just have a couple votes
Okay.
and all right. Catherine Foley to be a member of the State Board of Labor Relations.
Yes.
Gregory Daniels to be Executive Director of the State Contracting Standards Board.
Yes. Was it all unanimous today?
Yep,
Okay.
everything. Erin Benham to be reappointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Kyle Zimmer to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Commission Advisory Board.
Yes.
Barbara Collins to be a member of the State Board of Labor Relations.
Yes.
And Robert Zabrowski to be a member of Workers' Comp Advisory Board.
Yes to that one also.
Thank you. That's
You have
it.
a lovely afternoon.
You too.
All right.
Hi, Senator.
Hi there. How are you?
All right, how about you?
I'm doing okay. My Wi-Fi is down, so I'm doing it on my phone.
Okay. Robert Zabrowski of Mansfield to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Board.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Barbara Collins of West Hartford to be a member of the State Board of Labor Relations.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Kyle Zimmer of South Windsor to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Commission Advisory Board.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Erin Benham of Wallingford to be reappointed to the State Board of Education.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Gregory, sorry, that one's the House only. Catherine Foley of Middletown to be a member of the State Board of Labor Relations.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
And I think that's it. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you. Take care.
See ya.
Bye-bye.